Hey everyone, this is PrinceBrightstar, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward. We just finished off Ravana in the last episode. Let's go ahead and sign in. And we now have quite the climb ahead of us in Sohm. Alright, so let us teleport our way over to Annex Shrine, which we picked up when we were there last time. Alright, and now we need to find where Vidofnir is. Looks like they're outside. Here they are. Thou art returned, little one. Hast thou abandoned thine ill-conceived contest with the Nath? Nay, my friend, we return in triumph. By Prince's hand was the beastmen's god Lord Ravana laid low. In his overconfidence, the Primal swore to withdraw his followers from your lands in the event of his defeat, a promise we believe he will keep. The Nath should trouble you no longer. The deity is slain, then. How didst thou contend with his biting blades? But the particulars matter not. Thou hast fulfilled thy promise, and I shall fulfill mine. Attend me, mortals. Hie you unto the deepest reaches of Mourn, and there shall you find Hraesvelgr, the altar from which you may begin your ascent to the summit of Sohm. But be fairly warned, the minions of Nidhogg shall not lightly suffer your presence on that most sacred mount. By your struggles within the cavern shall I judge your party possessed of sufficient fortitude to proceed. We shall not disappoint you, Vidofnir. If memory serves, the Cavern of Mourn is entered from the second floor of the central tower. Let us begin the climb. Alright, so let us make our way up this tower here. Alright, and this is quite the winding tower here. Alright, here's the spot we're looking for. And now we're just looking for the exit, which is over here. And this brings us across this bridge. There is actually an area up above us, but that does not take us to our destination. It looks like we got some stuff that's trying to chase us down. That's fine. As long as we're on our mount here, we'll be able to make it through without any issues. Alright, we have made it through the first cavern. actually. Yeah, there's our destination right there. Well done, little one. As promised, I shall open the way to Sohm All's summit for thee and thy companions. Heed me now, children of man. The domain you seek to enter hath not seen visitors of your kind in nigh on 1,000 years. Though I freely grant you passage, your presence will not be welcomed. To my kin, this mountain is revered as holy ground, and resting place both, where you the minions of Nidhogg during your ascent, for 'tis certain they shall take great offense at your intrusion. We are grateful for your warnings, gentle Vidofnir. My final words are for thee, Dragoon. Have care to keep the stolen power thou wieldest in check, lest it breed further despair. Estinian? The way is open. Let us not tarry here. A moment. Shall we blindly forge on, knowing the dangers that await us? Teoman herself is said to guard this peak. I do not fear Nidhogg's consort. Any dragon foolish enough to bar our path shall feel the sting of my lance. Spoken like a true butcher. Need I remind you that we come to parley in peace? Let us be clear, heretic. 'Twas to save Ishgard and her people that I first lent my support to this doubtful venture, and 'tis for their sake that I go now to speak with Hraesvelgr. But I said nothing of Teoman. Should the opportunity present itself to rid my people of one of their deadliest enemies, I shall take it. That is my duty as Azure Dragoon. You are beyond redemption. We will accomplish nothing by bickering. If we are to meet with Hraesvelgr, our path leads up the mountain. We shall defend ourselves if attacked, but avoid conflict wherever possible. What other choice do we have? Alright, Sohm All is now accessible. Let's go ahead and have some knight's bread. And let us queue in. This is the first dungeon we are taking on in Heavensward. Although there was technically an optional one available as well at level 52. But that is not a part of the main story, so that's why we skipped it. Alrighty, here we go. There's going to be a lot of movement like this inside of this particular dungeon. This is actually one of the trickier ones if you're not careful. Especially because you're going to have a lot of players that basically are already max level, and they're not going to realize just how difficult the dungeon can be when they're not at max level stats. That takes care of that group. Moving on, we got some Ochus up here. Talk about this stuff here. Okay, they were talking about the next pull. Alright. Ah, they're talking about this spur over here. Okay. Yeah, definitely one of the bigger elements about this dungeon, at least early going on here, is the fact that you've got all these pollen clusters around, and these are basically going to be trying to poison you. Alright, I don't have clemency. I hope they're keeping an eye on me here, because I'm about to go down. Nope. Looks like that's not the case. I'm gonna tell him maybe stay out of cleric stance. I'm just gonna ask them and leave it to them if they want to do it or not. All right, let's get protect going. All right, I'm not gonna push it. Let's get going with the next pull here. Just for reference, those of you that don't know what Cleric Stance is, it's an ability that healers have that allows you to basically swap your intelligence and mind stat, and that allows you to do more damage but less healing. It's an ability that's kept around so that healers don't have too much of a hard time trying to level up. But at the same time, it's also kind of required by some statics in high-end raids. I guess this guy doesn't want to step inside. I typically try to wait until people are inside the ring here, but oh well. Bunch of AoEs going out. Now that we've gotten his attention, we'll go sword for the time being. Got the Dravanian Hornets coming up here, so I gotta grab all those. Because as you can see, what he's trying to do here is basically devour them. Actually, it looks like we're trying to avoid them and just take them out. So I will follow suit instead. Looks like he grabbed me here. That's okay. Alright, down goes the first boss. Neither of those are for us, so we'll just pass on those. Alright, on to the next group here. Alright, we've set up our dots on that one. I'm not certain what they're talking about. It's actually been quite some time since I've come in here. Oh dear, I need to repair. Hopefully my gear is good until the end of this place. Alright, let's get out of the fire. I'm gonna move him up a bit so that the DPS can actually attack him. There we go. I had never heard about that before. Unless this is something even further up, because I don't even see what they're talking about the ice. I am more than willing to try it, though. And I guess that does kind of make things easier, because that guy up there is now just kind of blasting things out, but it's not actually going to be hitting us at all. So it does make sense. A bit abusive of the mechanics, though, I would say. type that out in chat real quick here, actually. That's not the last we've seen of that dragon. Got one more to take out here, then we'll move on to the next group. There we go. None of that is for us, so we'll pass. Alright, Myath. So this guy is actually quite the dancer here, as you'll see in just a moment here. Let's go ahead and get this pull going. So we got these Blood and Ruin of the Mountain we gotta take out here. I guess we're just ignoring them here. You can never tell what's gonna happen with when you're going into a roulette. Some teams will actually follow through on mechanics, others will just bypass them completely. And while I may be the one that's kind of protecting the team as tank, at the same time, I'm going to follow whatever strategy they want to use. Since they're the one, since the DPS is the ones that are actually putting out the main damage numbers. Alright, that chime in the back there, that definitely had to be taken care of. As you can see, this guy is basically just hopping around now, doing his little dance here. Oh, that's not good. I'm gonna do everything that I can to keep myself up here. Alright, down goes the boss. Alright, and once again, none of this is for us. so we're waiting for that player to come back here. If they take too long, I may at least start into the ads leading up to the next boss, but hopefully they won't be too long here. Of all the dungeons, I wish I had Clemency in this one. This one can be kind of healing intensive, as you've seen so far here. At most, I've just got my regular cure ability here, which, well, that's only going to give me a few hundred HP back at this level. The only other thing I can really rely on at this point are my X potions. Let's see here. Yeah, we really don't have anything else that we can really use here. While we're waiting here, I'll go ahead and use the wind-up Alphino. I don't believe we can actually summon anything inside of here. Oh, actually it looks like they're back, so let's get going here. Yeah, that's something else that can happen in when you're doing randoms or just queuing into the duty finder without having a party already made. You can never tell when somebody's going to have to step away for a moment. But that, I felt, was going to be one of the fun things that we could do as part of the series, rather than, you know, me kind of bringing in Abyss for every single dungeon. Just because then there would be that element of randomness in this, so it wouldn't be like I was constantly in control here. Alright, moving on. Once again, one of the best things that you can do to help out the damage if you're in here as a paladin is to make sure you're constantly applying your dots. Of course, you always do want to make sure you also have the enmity, because you don't want things running around on you. Alright, here are the dragons that we encountered earlier, or at least one of them. I wonder why that didn't pick up. Here is the next one. Okay, that takes care of that. Alright. And we have made it to the final boss of the dungeon. Let's see here. I would say this actually would be an upgrade for us here. Necklace. Alright. Let's go ahead and get this going. See, this guy does quite a number of AoEs in here, so this is going to be a dance. Alright, we got some impact points over there. Just need to stay away from those and you'll be fine. As you can see, what I'm doing is I'm just constantly rotating through my cooldowns here just to try to lessen how much work the healer has to do here to keep me up. Alright, so now we need to worry about the wings. Doing the right wing first, then. Alright, more comments on me. Yeah, whenever you get that marker above your head, just get away from everybody else. There we go. There go the comets, or rather the wings. we're back to phase 1 again. Level 2 limit break is ready, and there it goes. And down goes the last boss. And with that, we have leveled up to level 59. Alright, let's give out our commendation to the Bard. And we can't do anything with those, so we'll pass on those. Let's get out of here. And we've got our second crystal back. Prince. Twould seem Tioman was the last. I sense no other dragons nearby. What is happening? Nidhogg, he roars. He knows we are here then? His fury, it bleeds through the eye. Fear not, I am yet my own master. But that damned worm's wrath burns hotter than flame. Come, the heart of the dragon's homeland yet lies before us. Thus do we add another link to the chain of vengeance? O Saint Shiva, when will it end?
To the peak of Sohm, at the end of a perilous mountain path, whence could be seen a string of pearl-like islands floating impossibly atop a sea of clouds. To a domain where dragons and men had once lived in harmony, whose majesty no mortal eye had glimpsed for nigh on 1,000 years, they came.
Alrighty. We have made it to the Churning Mists. And Alphino should be right up here. Actually, before we speak to Alphino, we've got an aetheryte here. Let's touch this. We have reached it at last, the peak of Sohm. 'Tis said to be the highest mountain in all of Eorzea, you know. I thought it cold in Corthus, but the air here carries the chill of a dozen winters. Alright, and before I forget, let's drop that point that we just got into Vitality. Now that we have scaled the mountain, there remains the problem of finding Hraesvelgr himself. What manner of creature is that? Prince, do my eyes deceive me, or was that a Moogle? It was my understanding that they only dwelled within the Twelveswood. I certainly never expected to see one in the churning mists. If the Moogle does live here, however, he may know where Hraesvelgr makes his lair. Quickly now, before we lose the creature completely. Alright, so we are chasing after a Moogle now. Bah, he's gone. Prince, we must widen our search. The nearby air appears warped. You can sense that concealing magics are at work. I have heard tales of these Moogles, but 'tis the first time I ever laid eyes upon one. They are rather adorable, aren't they? What? Why do you stare at me so? Can I not find a creature adorable? My heart is not truly made of ice. I see no evidence of this Moogle of yours. Are you certain it wasn't a trick of the light? Mayhap 'twas simply one of these strange plants, shifting in a breeze. There is no sign of a Moogle in the area. And this is saying that concealing magics are at work. Let's speak to Alphino. I'm sure I glimpsed the Moogle fleeing in this direction. Could he be concealing himself with magic? Confound it! Could we but enlist the aid of one of the local Moogles, I am certain Hraesvelgr would not elude us for long. Though the eye enables me to sense the presence of dragons, I can only identify Nidhogg with any certainty. We could wander the mists for days, and not know if we were any closer to his brood brother. And those are days we cannot well afford to squander. Shall we divide our forces then? Lydia Zell, might I ask you to question any dragons whom you judge it safe to approach? I shall try, yet I fear the influence of Nidhogg's rage will render most of the Dravanians in the area deaf to reason. And what of you, Master Alphino? I have not yet given up on the Moogles. Prince, come with me to Gridania. I mean to petition the aid of the Moogles' kin in the Twelveswood. After that business with Moggle Mog, I dare say that they will be glad to help us. Assuming you have no need of me, I shall remain here. Nidhogg senses both the loss of his consort and the coming of the Eye, and his attention is firmly fixed in this direction. I mean to do what I can to hold his gaze, in the hope that I might delay any action against Ishgard. Thank you, Estinian. Come then, Prince. Let us make haste for Gridania, and rendezvous at Nafika's altar. Ah, but I neglected to tell you. There is an aetheryte of ancient construction here which should make the return journey rather less arduous. Pray do not forget to use it. I already did use it, so we're fine there. So we are headed to Gridania? Alright, and let us make our way over to Makedo's Amphitheater, and then from there we will head south. I probably could have gotten a little bit closer if I went to the Conjurer's Guild. I sent word to the Elder Seedseer upon arriving in Gridania, and I am pleased to report that she has agreed to grant us an audience. If anyone can help us to contact the Twelveswood Moogles, it is she. We are expected at the Lotus Stand. I trust you are familiar with the Conjurer stationed at its entrance? The Elder Seedseer awaits you. Pray follow me. Alright, let's proceed into the Lotus Stand. I bid you welcome, friends. The Admiral spoke of having met with you, but 'tis no less of a relief to see you safe and hale with mine own eyes. We humbly thank you for agreeing to receive us on such short notice, my lady, and for all you have done for us in our absence. Would that it were solely to express our gratitude that we came to you this day. Alas, the tides of battle yet dictate our comings and goings. Elder Seedseer, we would beg your wisdom in a matter that may finally bring an end to the Dragonsong War. Speak on, friend. I see. So you seek a means to contact these Moogles of the Churning Mists. Kupo-po-po! I say Kupo! Greetings, Kuplo Cop. To what do we owe the pleasure of your company? I was struck by the sudden urge to bring you some fruit, Kane, and I'm jolly glad I did. Tell me more about these Moogles in the sky, Kupo. I will gladly tell you all I know, though it amounts to precious little. We encountered a Moogle high in the clouds of Dravania, and had hoped that you and your kin in the Twelveswood might agree to facilitate a meeting. Pray correct me if I am mistaken, Kuplo, but there are legends, are there not, which speak of Moogles who dwelled beyond the clouds? Indeed there are, Kupo. Long, long ago, back when the world was still young, they say my ancestors served the gods up in the heavens. Of course, that was before their masters took to bickering like spoiled children. Ah yes, the tale of good King Mogulmog XII. He is revered for holding fast to a rope of miraculous length, and that his subjects might climb down from the sky and escape to the world below. Ignoring the more fanciful aspects of the tale, it may well be that Kuplo's ancestors hailed from the churning mist. Given how long his kin have resided in the Twelveswood, it is perfectly possible that the details of their history have faded into myth. Indeed, Master Alphino, such stories oft contain a measure of truth. 'Tis like that the Moogles of the churning mist tell similar tales of the world below. I can well imagine why the one you encountered fled at your approach. Oh, fleeing second nature to us. We often hide when the larger races come trampling through the forest. Of course, when there's one Moogle, there's bound to be more. Which is why I've decided to take a trip to the clouds, Kupo. They surely won't be afraid to talk to me. I was hoping you might say that, Master Kuplo. You will accompany us, then? Just you try and stop me, Kupo. I'll admit, the thought of venturing outside the Twelveswood is a bit unsettling, but I can hardly refuse a chance to meet my distant cousins. If you will have me too, I too will accompany you on this venture, and lend my voice to your cause as an ambassador of Gridania. My lady, are you quite certain? How oft has our nation turned to the scions of the Seventh Dawn in its hour of need? How oft have we asked the Warrior of Light to risk his life to save our own? Full many times I say to you, and never have they refused us. Thus do I choose this day to offer mine aid to our allies for the good of the realm. Is this not just? A most unexpected and most welcome offer, Elder Seedseer. We would be honored by your presence. Alright, let us speak to Alphino over here. Pray return to the summit and inform our companions of these developments. I will serve as the Elder Seedseer's guide on the journey back to Sohm. It being a path I have already trodden, I do not anticipate any great difficulties. Besides, we shall have the Elder Seedseer's personal guard to escort us. Alright, before we make our way back, actually, there is one thing that I want to do here. A while back I noticed that I had picked up over 100 commendations here. And one thing that we can do as part of that is we can go and see Jonathas here in Gridania. And he should unlock something since we have reached that number. I apologize. I don't understand what you're saying there. Alright, so let's share a tale. Oh, a marvelous achievement, worthy of song, and you, lad, recounted it with such vim and vigor. I almost saw it all through your bright young eyes. You've done this lonely old man a kind turn. Truly you have. Here's a little something as a show of my gratitude. Alright. And that added something into our inventory. This right here. Now this is a item level 55 item here. Doesn't really do that much for us, though. Let me check again with him. Alright, so that's all that was there. I confused that reward with something else, which I think happens at 300, actually. Alright, well, before we make our way back, the other thing I want to do is I want to make sure I repair my gear. And so for that, we're going to have to head over to the little marketplace over here. And while I'm thinking, let me also put on that necklace here. Here it is. Alright, with all that done, let's now make our way back to the Churning Mists. And let us make our way back down into here again. Well met, warrior of light. Nidhogg has not stirred, but he watches us, unblinking. The Elder Seedseer herself answers your call? Then there is naught to do but wait. They are here, Prince. Greetings, my friends. I am happy to report that our journey was mercifully uneventful, devoid as the road was of Dravanians. 'Twould seem the dragons have abandoned Sohm for the Churning Mists. Elder Seedseer, may I present to you Sir Estinian, Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. 'Tis an honor to meet you, Sir Estinian. I have heard many tales of your order's extraordinary skill and courage. Friends, I feel it is only right to inform you that we are not alone. The Moogles are all around us even as we speak, and I should imagine they are more than a little concerned by the horde of strangers that have descended upon their home. Mayhap now would be an opportune moment to introduce ourselves. This should serve. They are hiding, of course. But there are so many of them, Kupo. I am Kane-sana. My companions and I have braved the long road from the Twelveswood to share words with you. On this, the occasion of our first meeting, we bring an offering of light and wind. Ooh, such a gentle and pleasing glow, Kupo. I am Moglin, the chieftain of this Moogle clan. Chieftain Moglin, it is an honor to meet you. Greetings, I am Kuplokap, ambassador of the Twelveswood Moogles. A Moogle from the world below? Your hide is of a different hue, but that palm is unmistakable. I might need a moment here, Kupo. My companions were no less surprised to learn of your existence here amongst the clouds. I hope they did not startle you overmuch in their eagerness to make your acquaintance. Full well I can imagine your wariness. I am told that men have not walked here nigh on 1,000 winters. Mayhap you will forgive them their forwardness when I unfold to you the grave matter which first brought them into your midst. My companions crave an audience with the great worm Hraesvelgr, that they might negotiate an end to the war twixt man and dragon. An end to war, you say? I trust you, Kane-sama. The light of peace shines brightly within your soul. But I'm afraid the same cannot be said of your friends. To be plain, we did not hide ourselves because they were the first of your kind to be seen here in 1,000 years. Well, not only because of that. We hid because we smelled dragon blood. These skies are home to many, many dragons. While some crave peace, such as Hraesvelgr, many others crave the opposite, such as Nidhogg. Suffice it to say, we are worried that the presence of your blood-spattered warrior friends will attract the attention of the nastier kind, and invite destruction into our happy home. Now just a moment, chieftain. Prince here may have doled out the odd thrashing or two, but it's always been for a really good reason. He is a champion of the Twelveswood Moogles, and I'll not hear of his good name slandered. Now, Ambassador, let's not ruffle each other's fur. I shall, of course, take your testimony into consideration. If I may, chieftain, there is little room for trust twixt strangers. Might we not take this opportunity to learn more of each other? An excellent suggestion, Kupo. In the interest of fostering friendship and keeping an eye on you, I extend to you the hospitality of Moghome. Prove yourselves worthy of our assistance, and it will be yours. I shall be watching, Kupo. Alright, so it looks like we need to help out around here, and that will then lead us to our goal. Tell me, in the world below, do all of your kind look so different from one another? It must be terribly disconcerting. What was it Kuplokap called you again? Prince. Your names are as odd as your appearance. Have you ever considered a nice Moogle name? Moglin is taken, by the way, Kupo. as are Moghan, Mogmug, and Mogwin, these being the names of the 3 wise Moogles who will administer the momentous challenges that I have devised to measure your worth. I call them the Trials of Trustworthiness. Undertake these trials, and we shall soon see whether or not you are worthy of our aid. Alright, so let's see what we got here. That looks like a new sword for us here, so let's grab that. And it has actually been quite some time as well. Hello. Yes, I am Moghan, the foremost alchemist in Mogholm, if you must know. If your tummy's gloopy or your wings are droopy, I've a potion to fix that. Or I would if I didn't keep running out of ingredients. Luckily, you're here to do my trial. Yes, go forth, mighty adventurer, and mightily pluck 3 sprigs of cloud's breath for me. You'll find it blooming near the entrance of Sohm. It's not the safest of places, so don't let yourself be too distracted by the pretty flowers, Kupo. Alright, we're gonna collect all these before we head out. Yes, you have the pleasure of speaking with Mogmug. I know. I am the fluffiest, most enchanting creature you have ever laid eyes upon, Kupo. It isn't easy being this adorable. I can barely take a stroll outside without those relentless Dravanians throwing themselves at me. Why, they look as if they might just gobble me right up. In any case, fleeing their overbearing adulation is growing a bit tiresome. Your trial, sir, is this. Find these ardent archosaurs and slap some manners into them, Kupo. Perhaps a firm smack on the snout will teach them to appreciate my charm from afar. Alright, so that trial's gonna be a bit more combat-oriented. Mogwin's the name, and art is my game. When it comes to painting, there are none in Mogholm who can match my talent with a brush, Kupo. I know why you have come. Chieftain Moglin has demanded that I test your trustworthiness. But as I trust no one to create art that will satisfy me, I instead charge you with retrieving a masterpiece I seem to have misplaced. It was an ambitious and innovative work, guaranteed to fetch at least 4 Kupo nuts on the open market. You must find it. Question the masses. Surely a pebble painted with such vibrant color and unmistakable panache cannot have escaped the notice of every Moogle in Mogholm. Alright. So let's start by questioning people here then. Mogwin is missing his masterpiece, Kupo? Oh, you mean that paint-smeared mess of a pebble? I've not seen it recently, a fact for which my eyes are profoundly grateful. Alright, so it sounds like Mogwin is not exactly the, most appreciated Moogle around here. At least in terms of his art. I don't know much about this stone, but I do know Mogwin's been creeping out the back way to Sohm's summit from time to time, Kupo. Maybe he left it up there. So the summit up here, perhaps? And how about that? Right in our path is another Aether Current. Now, it looks like there might be something over there. Okay, well, I thought there was something. I guess not. Okay, they were actually down here. Maestro Mogwin has misplaced his masterpiece, Kupo? Oh, happy day. If I am the swifter in finding it, I will soon have a genuine Mogwin for the price of a little perspiration. Honestly, who has 4 Kupo nuts just lying about to spend on such luxuries? Alright, and now we're being pointed over here to Mogwin. Well, what did you find out, Kupo? Ah, yes. Now that you mention it, I do seem to recall leaving my pebble out in the sun to dry. Ahem. The second part of your trial commences. Go, adventurer, and retrieve my masterpiece before some art-starved admirer swipes the stone for himself. Alright. And that seems to be leading us back up to where we were just a short while ago. So let's make this climb again. Aha! There it is. Alright, with that grabbed, let us make our way down over here, since we still have to take care of those other things as well. Alright, so we've got 2 of the trials done. Trying to get up this hill here. Okay, here we go. There's another Cloud's Breath. And now we just need one more. There it is. Alright, and with all these together, we should be able to hand them all in and proceed on with our mission. Let's speak to Mogwin first. Do you have it, Kupo? Is my masterpiece safe? Let's hand over the masterpiece. Yes, this is my work. Is it not exquisite? I call it the Contemplations of Zenith. Thank you, sir. At last I can exchange my art for those delectable Kupo nuts. Chieftain Moglin will hear of this valorous deed. Now let's grab the strength materia here. You were able to humble my Dravanian devotees? Wonderful. You are as capable as I am captivating, Kupo. Still, my precious perfection does not excuse those louts from pursuing me so mercilessly, their tongues lolling and bellies rumbling. The Dravanians and their ilk have much to learn about acceptable acts of admiration. Alright. So, in this case, none of this is actually going to do anything for us here. So let's grab the mind materia and we can put that on the market. Do you have any trouble finding Cloud's Breath? I do need it quite urgently, you know. Oh yes, these are perfect, Kupo. Now I have the main ingredient for my palm tonic. Speaking of which, how are you feeling, sir? Should you ever feel your palm losing its bounce, then I'm your Moogle, Kupo. Alright. And for this, we're gonna grab the new shield. You have completed the trials of trustworthiness. Return to Chieftain Moglin and await his judgment. But before that, let's put on the new shield. Prince, if that is what you insist on calling yourself, you have completed the trials of trustworthiness administered by the Taskmasters Moghan, Mogmug, and Mogwin. During these grueling tests of character, I closely observed your conduct, as well as that of your companions. And I am decided, Kupo. Gather your friends before me now, so that I need not repeat myself needlessly. Alrighty. Are these trials over then? My tasks have been little more than household chores. If our hosts elect not to grant their aid after working us like pack chocobos, I shall demand compensation in Kupo nuts out of principle. But I hope it will not come to that. Let us hear the chieftain's verdict, shall we? Standing here in Mogholm, my thoughts turn inevitably to the legend of good King Muggle Mog XII and his seat in the heavens. Like most, I thought it no more than a myth, a story for younglings that grew with the telling. With every passing moment, I become more certain that we have discovered the origin of the tale. Full eager am I to hear what the chieftain has to say. We've become such friends, Kupo. My Moogle cousins love to sing and dance as much as I do. Chieftain Moglin has finally come to a decision, has he? Well, I suppose I'd better flutter over to see him, then. What sorcery is this? That my heart should stir at mere fluffiness. Prince, I was... No matter. What is it? Chieftain Moglin has made his decision? Well, let us not keep him waiting then. How go your trials, Warrior of Light? I myself have been sent on a number of expeditions to chastise the local dragon population. Did not their chieftain wish to avoid inflaming the Dravanians? Such contradictions aside, our hosts seemed entranced by the height of my leap. They compared me to Mogg, a lance-wielding Moogle warrior of Eld, who also favored such attacks. 'Twas meant as a compliment, I expect, but I doubt these furry lumps could outleap a caracole lamb, much less a dragoon. Conclude your business here swiftly, Prince. I like not this place. Alright, let us speak with Moglin. Never have I seen such determined workers, Kupo. It would have taken us moons to complete all those dreary chores and Ningling's errands. And have our labors proven the purity of our intentions, Chieftain? Without a doubt. In fact, there was never really all that much to doubt to begin with. You were, after all, already friends with a fellow Moogle. But you see, before any meeting with Hraesvelgr could take place, certain preparations needed to be made. And what better way to help you pass the time than by having you perform all the tiresome tasks that no one ever wants to do, Kupo? Oh dear, the horn! Bring out the horn, quickly now! We blow on this wondrous instrument whenever we wish to speak with the Great Worm, Kupo. We haven't perhaps been treating it with the care it deserves of late, and I think Moghan may have sat on it. So we needed some time for cleaning and polishing. And straightening. No lasting harm done, though. Now, you need simply head to Zenith, the worm's dwelling to the west, and give the horn a good toot. We are in your debt, Chieftain. Thanks to your noble gift, we shall finally have a chance to plead our case to Hraesvelgr. Very possibly, yes. But I wouldn't get my hopes up too high, Kupo. The old worm isn't terribly fond of, Your concern is appreciated, but I am quite certain that Hraesvelgr will welcome our overtures. Should we ever arrive at his lair? Come, we have squandered enough time already. Chieftain Moglin, We thank you for your gracious hospitality. Though we must soon take our leave, I pray that we may continue to nurture the shoots of this new-sprung friendship twixt earth and sky. Of course, Kupo. Visit us whenever you wish. Consider Mogholm your home amongst the clouds. Alright. So we need to speak with Moghan. Oh, they're actually over here. Alright. Thanks for the help, Kupo. I doubt I would ever have found time for all those rotten chores. Hey, it wasn't my idea. If the chieftain had spent a little less time sitting about and a little more time chieftaining, things would never have gotten so messy in the first place. And he was the one who sat on the horn, by the way. But now all the errands are done and the horn is fixed, so all's well that ends well, eh, Kupo? Well, I expect you're eager to be on your way. Did I mention your friend was looking for you, Kupo? If not, Alphino is looking for you. I'll be waiting just outside, stretching my wings. Let me know when you're ready to depart. To the best of my knowledge, we have all that we need for our trip to Zenith, and I believe the Elder Seedseer and her Ritun will soon be making the journey back to Gridania. It would be remiss of us, I think, not to convey our gratitude to them prior to going our separate ways. Shall we? Alphino, Prince, I do humbly thank you for what has been a most enlightening experience. Were it not for your pioneering spirit, the existence of these Moogles might never have been revealed to us. 'Tis we who should be thankful, Elder Seedseer. Were it not for your timely diplomacy, they would never have chosen to reveal themselves at all. And 'twas your presence, Kuplokap, that ultimately won us their trust. It must have taken great courage to leave the sanctuary of the Twelveswood, and we are exceedingly glad that you did. It was my pleasure, Kupo. I've made so many new friends and have so many fantastic tales to tell my kinsmoogles back home. And it is to our home that we must now return. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal, my friends. Safe journey, Elder Seedseer. We too must be on our way. Hraesvelgr awaits. Warrior of Light, pray attend closely to your companion, Sir Estinian. Beneath that social facade, a storm of anguish seethes unseen. Alrighty, let us make our way out of here. Have you said your goodbyes and dabbed away your tears, Kupo? Then we are indeed ready to go. As Chieftain Moglin already explained, the shiny instrument we gave you is the best means of grabbing Hraesvelgr's attention. I'll come along and show you the way to Zenith. That's the big place where you need to blow the horn. First things first, though. We need to make for Asa. Oh, and watch out for rampaging dragons. Maybe that should have been the first thing, Kupo. Alrighty, so we are on our way. And we've got a pair of dragons right here. Alright, that takes care of that group. Now from here, we need to head over to here. But we're gonna have to take the long way around. Alright, here's another combat with some dragons. Alright, moving on. Alright, let's speak to Moghan. Things were a bit bitey for a while there, but I think we've arrived in one piece, Kupo. I wonder what has the dragons so awfully snappy. I mean, the bad ones are always bad, but they seem worse than usual. Alright, so we've got a new chest piece here. Let's grab that. Let's make a little space here. I'm just gonna put this at the bottom here, just so I can make sure that I remind myself to take care of this later here in terms of clearing that up. There we go. We may have a small problem, Kupo. When the winds are high like this, Hraesvelgr invariably abandons his lofty perch and heads to the lands below to hunt. If you tried blowing the horn now, I doubt he'd hear it. I suggest we stop at the clearing up ahead and rest until the wind dies down. Alright, so we're going to make our way over to the next point. Seems to be up there somewhere. This should do nicely, Kupo. The winds will likely have died down by tomorrow, but until then, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. If we must interrupt our journey so close to its end, I suppose this place is as good as any. And mayhap a brief respite from the hardships of the road will help to clear our minds in readiness for the coming parley. Very well then, I believe a campfire is in order. Leave the gathering of fuel to me. I acquired a keen nose for firewood during my time in the frozen wastes of Korthus. Clear our minds. 'Tis Master Alphino's whose mind needs clearing. The thought of meeting a great worm in the flesh has befuddled the boy. Did you see him stroll away as if these ruins were not crawling with deadly beasts? Follow him, Prince, and see that the wildlife does not make a meal of our young friend. We will have the camp ready by the time you return. Alright, let us chase after Alphino then. Alright, looks like we got a treant to take care of here. Okay, that's one enemy to take care of. We still got another area we need to check, though, for Alphino. Up there. Okay, another treant. Can't tell, I'm trying to make sure I don't draw the attention of that wind sprite there. Alright, we did not find Alphino. Let's make our way back over to the campsite. I see. I was right to worry about the boy's safety. Once Alphonse returns with the wood, we can see about supper. The Ice Queen has filled a pot with what looked like stew ingredients, ready for the fire. Ah, few things compared to the simple pleasures of sitting beside a crackling campfire of one's own making. Ha! So speaks the great explorer. Until recently you wouldn't have recognized firewood if it came with kindling and a flint. 'Tis well you instructed me so patiently then. But yes, left to my own devices, I would have been compelled to signal to Yzael with a pile of damp leaves. I was born the pampered son of Charlian dignitary, and, alongside my twin, became the youngest student ever to be accepted into the studio. How proud I was to match wits with scholars and philosophers. How ignorant of mine own shortcomings. That hubris invited manipulation and betrayal, and led to the downfall of the Scions. We all of us are guilty of similar ignorance. How many men lay down their lives, never knowing what it is that they fight for, never questioning that which they have been taught to believe. 'Twas only upon meeting Hraesvelgr that I learned the truth hidden within our history. Were it not for that chance encounter, I would never have vowed to tear down the Holy See and expunge the falsehoods with which it fans the flames of conflict. I would have lived and died in ignorance. That the truth has driven me to do terrible things, I cannot deny, but I would rather sin in the pursuit of peace than imagine myself virtuous for perpetuating a needless war. If this journey has taught me anything, it is the importance and difficulty of holding to one's convictions in the face of failure, and striving always to replace one's ignorance with knowledge. You are well on your way, Master Alphonse. At your age, I was but a fool swinging a spear, with scarcely a thought in my head. Even now, I struggle to acknowledge the misconceptions under which I have labored. Sitting here amongst these grand ruins, how can I deny that man and dragon once lived in peace? But for all that such an age existed, we are now in a time of war. Nidhogg killed my family, and no quirk of history will exonerate him. I may be ignorant of how the Dragonsong War began, but if we do not put an end to this conflict now, I can say for a certainty that it will only breed more vengeful souls such as mine. In my hands resides the power to vanquish a great word. If Ishgard's survival rests on me wielding that power, I will slay Nidhogg myself, orders or no. Estinian, you gave your word. My word is contingent upon the success of our parley. Show me the strength of your convictions, Lady Iceheart. Convince Hraesvelgr of the righteousness of your cause. Doubt not, but that I shall, Dragoon. Well, wind's willing, we shall have our answer on the morrow. Let us sleep now, and face our fate with the rising of the sun. Alright, so none of this is for us. Let's grab the silver pieces. The campfire was so cozy. I must have fallen asleep, Kupo. But do you feel how the winds have shifted? They will have borne Hraesvelgr back to the skies above Zenith. I'm sure of it. This is your chance to climb to the highest floor of the palace and summon him with a toot on that shiny horn. So, I'll be heading back now, if it's all the same to you. Good luck, Kupo. It was nice knowing you. Alrighty, so the time has finally come for us to arrive in Zenith. Now, as per the terms of what is required in terms of me doing this series here, along with the little marker that I put down here as a disclaimer for the series, I also have to make sure that I do not play the Dragon Song along with any of its derivatives. So as such, with what's about to happen here, I am going to go under System Settings and I am turning off the music for the time being. And that is because that very song plays as soon as you enter this area. Now let's go ahead and touch the Aetheryte here. And I'll be honest, I have no idea what I'm going to do when it comes to cutscenes in the future that feature the song. I'll figure something out, but this is definitely something that I definitely need to take care of here. Alright, so we are making our way up here. And around the spiral here. Alright, here's our destination point.
Hraesvelgr. in Mourn
By the 12. Mine ears hear the tongue of dragons, yet the meaning rings clear within my mind. How can that be?
Hraesvelgr, do you not remember me? 'Twas I whom you found in Ravana. I who glimpsed the truth about your past, about Shiva. But speak it I must. I have summoned Shiva's soul from the beyond and offered myself as her vessel. She has made her heart known to me. I have surrendered mine to her. Do you not see, my love? I am Shiva reborn! Then the spirit that answered me.
Be that as it may, Lord Hraesvelgr, Izel's desire to heal the rift between man and dragon is real, and it has borne us this far. We would spare both our kind and yours the ravages of this senseless war. Pray join your voice to ours in a call for peace and forgiveness.
Sith Mourn ye Ratatoska Nidhogg ed, for always in Dar. Carl Egmon Thorn in Yuhin, Ale Fey in Leita, Warkin Ushkin in. San Hes Shisnishka, Stadrana Mohin. Snowdoan kin ulteda maas mornish.
Your tale bears scant resemblance to the one I was taught. How convenient that it should absolve your kind of all responsibility. But tell me, Dragon, why should I believe your version of events?
Isn't it obvious? It's staring you right in the face and you're not acknowledging it, Estinian.
Ishgard's so-called heretics.
Then, the seed lies within us.
Ye gods, I have borne witness to such a transformation. Looked on as a heretic assumed the shape of a dragon. I imagined it some manner of Dravanian enchantment. But if any Ishgardian, regardless of allegiance, has such potential within them, 12 forgive us. To think of all the dragons we've slain!
War Ulmon Alaan Asdrao Kawol Smain Kol Suthrahal Seskmoni Seang In Kinizeg.
Oft have I wondered why Nidhogg did not simply raze Ishgard to the ground. Now I have my answer. He has no intention of winning the Dragonsong War, for it is no war at all, but vengeance, an eternal requiem sung for his murdered sister.
In Ice in Draho, Ale Inia in.
I have not come this far only to admit defeat. We can still return the eye to Nidhogg and beg forgiveness for our ancestors' crimes. Mayhap our words will sway him.
Ja list as an in la tu ole ul in an hes isu. for non unleash Skål ilens Skål.
Well, that's it then. Hraesvelgr was every bit as awe-inspiring as I imagined. His voice fairly dripped with power, the will behind his words so undeniable that it transcended my ignorance of the dragon's tongue. 'Tis but a pity that I misliked what he said. So far did we travel, even unto the very heavens themselves, only to be dismissed like unruly children, and far from mitigating this humiliation. The hidden truths we have learned serve only to prove that our grand mission of peace was destined to fail from the first. Nothing will deter Nidhogg from his course. Alright, we got some new pants here. Let's put those on.
Well, what do you propose we do now? I, for one, am intent on continuing to the east.
What is there to be found in the east?
Nidhogg's lair, the Eyrie, is said to lie in that direction. And the eye tells me he is near.
You cannot still mean to slay him.
You cannot still mean to stop me. I have been true to my word, and aided you in this fool's errand with Hraesvelgr. But your efforts at parley have come to naught, Lady Iceheart. I would see Ishgard saved, and for that, Nidhogg must die.
With the tale of our ancestors' vile betrayal yet ringing in your ears, you speak of continuing this war?
Nay, lady. I would but pierce its vengeful heart. When Nidhogg dies, this war shall die with him.
A moment, Estinian. You yourself spoke of the Great Worm's strength, that you believed him powerful enough to raise your city to the ground. How then are we few to challenge him? Even behind the stout walls of Ishgard, with an army of knights manning the defenses, our victory would be hard won. Yet you propose to contend with the beast in his own lair.
In close combat, this will afford us an advantage. And if the tales are true, the Warrior of Light has bested many an invincible foe. But such speculation is meaningless if we cannot even find the worm. Our first task must be to seek out Nidhogg's lair.
The story of this nation grows bloodier by the moment. Must death always be answered with more of the same?
Such is the way of things, I fear. I shall consider it a miracle if mine armor is not stained crimson ere this conflict is ended.
That I should be blinded by my own lies. Everything I believed, everything I thought I was, gone. All gone.
Leave her. Your words will not reach her now. And we have not the time to wait for her to gather up the pieces of her shattered faith.
Alright, so we are going to make our way out of here now. And we are going to make our way to the east. So, let us hop down the spiral here. So obviously things are not looking well for what just happened, but still we press on. Alright, so we make our way over to the Eyrie, which is where Nidhogg supposedly resides. That's going to take us back through the town that we went through, or rather the ruins that we went through just a short while ago here. Alright, we're coming up on the next combat point fairly soon here. Alright, and the next point is taking us to the north, once we get to the next point in the road here. Alright, here's the next bit of combat. it looks like the road is going to turn east again here. Alright, here's Estinian and Alphino.
Is that it?
Aye, that would be the Eyrie. I feel Nidhogg's presence through the eye. His caustic hatred gnawing at my soul. 'Twould seem the death of his consort has put him on guard. Mark how he wards his lair with tempestuous winds.
A similar barrier once barred our entrance to the primal Garuda's domain, until we discovered the means by which it could be penetrated. Mayhap it is time we called upon Master Garland. It will be just like the good old days, no?
Alright, let's see what we got here. We got nothing that's useful. Let's grab those silver pieces. A force of sufficient power to break through a primal's defenses might conceivably grant us access to the Eyrie. And I can offer no better solution. Pray consult this engineer friend of yours. Very well, on the condition that you swear not to lure Nidhogg from his lair in our absence. And steal all the glory for myself, you mean? Nay, I am not so selfish as that. Contact me by link pearl when your preparations are complete, and we shall set forth from Ishgard together. I suggest we rendezvous back at St. Renet's Forum, Prince. From what I gleaned of the Holy Sea's decidedly ambitious airship project, Sid will still be in Ishgard. Alright, so let us use our return command. And the point we are looking for is up here. When last you saw Master Garland, he was advising the Ishgardians on their ailing airship, correct? In that case, he might still be at Camp Cloudtop. Failing that, we could try the airship landing, or maybe even the Skysteel manufactory. But let us not waste time searching aimlessly. Someone in the city is sure to know where to find him. The question is who? Sir Emmerich would seem the obvious choice, but there is no guaranteeing he will be able to grant us an audience at short notice. Ah, I have it! Count Edmund's youngest son prides himself on knowing all of the Holy Sea's juiciest rumors. Let us return to the manor and see if Lord Emmanuelaine is about. Alright, so let's make our way back over to the Aetheryte. And to the last vigil we go. Ah, the hero returns. How goes the fight, old boy? Well, I trust? In search of a Cid Garland, you say? Then say no more. The taverns are full of talk, and the name of said silvered-haired genius has cropped up in more often than most. I hear he has been tasked with getting that monstrous airship the Holy See commissioned to actually fly. 'Twould seem the project has been plagued with mishaps from the first. In any case, Garland Ironworks employees are known to frequent the airship landing, and I'll wager their master does as too. The airship landing? Yes, I thought as much. Come, Prince. We must find Cid and trouble him for his expert opinion. Alright, so we are headed to the airship landing then. And that is just a quick Aethernet trip away. There he is. Prince, Alpha No, how fare you both? Not terribly well, judging by your faces. Greetings, Master Garland. I am sure it will come as little surprise when I tell you we have need of a favor. Another wind barrier, and you say it was conjured by Nidhogg? The Enterprise could certainly take you where you need to go, but she would not fare well against dragons. She is agile for a ship her size, but not that agile. The Dravanians would fly rings around her. If they took it into their heads to incinerate the rigging, there would be precious little we could do to avoid them. But there must be something we can do. Some manner of weapon we could employ? Estinian stands vigil at the edge of the churning mists, but we do not know how much longer. Alright. I didn't say it was impossible. I said it was impossible for the Enterprise. We need a smaller boat. Biggs, Wedge, it's time we gave that new toy of yours a proper field test. It's probably best if I let the lads show you. Come on, the manufactory is not far. Hey there, Artemis. Yeah, I'm glad I'm able to share this with everybody here. Now, the Skysteel Manufactory, that is also just a quick trip away. Our little project's just inside. Oh, you're going to like this one.
Feast your eyes upon our latest and greatest feat of engineering. We call it a mana cutter.
After you put down Gaius, Wedge and me struck out on our own for a bit, and started work on the successor to the tiny Bronco.
Impressive little thing, isn't she? My talent for ship design has plainly rubbed off on them. They've adapted the principles of corrupted crystal technology and constructed a mechanism which converts ether from its surroundings into elemental wind. Said wind is then harnessed by the specially engineered sails, providing the craft with propulsion and lift. All in all, a most elegant solution. I'm actually a little upset that I didn't think of it myself.
The design does, however, come with one small flaw.
The energy conversion ratio is bloody awful. To generate enough power to get you off the ground, you need to be in an area awash with predominantly wind-aspected ether.
In other words, there are a few places you can fly, lots of places you can't.
The new Ishgardian airship hasn't left the boys much time for tinkering, meaning it may be a while before this particular project takes off. If you'll forgive the pun.
Tataru, what's happened?
I've been looking all over for you. There's been word from Ulda. It's about Her Grace the Sultana.
It seems you're required elsewhere. Leave the Mana Cutter with us. We'll see that she's airworthy and suitably equipped to slice through those winds. You, meanwhile, should concentrate on providing Ravana and the Sultana whatever help they need.
All right. So they've got the Mana Cutter in the works. General Raban says they may have uncovered the Sultana's whereabouts, and he wants you, by which I mean both of you, to go to the Waking Sands right away and help with the investigation. Come, Prince. Pressing though Ishgard's plight may be, our presence here will not serve to hasten the Mana Cutter's completion. Let us return to the troubled lands of Thanalan and lend what aid we may. Tataru, have our friends at the congregation send a message to Estinian. Tell him we have identified a solution to our problem, but that it will take some time to prepare. As you wish, Master Alphino. To the Waking Sands, Warrior of Light. 'Tis past time Ulda was delivered from this darkness. Alright. So since we are headed for the Waking Sands, we're headed to Limsa Lominsa to pick up a ferry. Alright, let's make our way inside.
Thank you for coming.
No thanks are necessary, General. I trust your recuperation continues apace.
I cannot complain. Thanks to Higiri and her ministrations, I've regained much of the strength I lost during my imprisonment.
I gather you have made progress in the search for Her Grace.
Aye, some good fortune at last. A few days past, Dulala informed us that a sizable shipment of alchemical supplies had been delivered to the palace.
With Papa Shan's assistance, I set out to ascertain the source and nature of the shipment. My inquiries led me to Frondale's frontistery. There, I learned that an order had been placed for a curious substance designed to sustain patients trapped in death-like slumber. An invention of the former head alchemist, apparently.
A death-like slumber? This cannot be a coincidence.
It lends some weight to Dulala's claims, aye. Her Grace is likely somewhere within the palace, abed but alive.
Before making any attempt to extricate the Sultana, however, it seemed prudent to learn what manner of substance was used to induce her torpor. To that end, I made inquiries as to the whereabouts of the one most like to have administered it. The lady-in-waiting, Muriel. We sent for you as soon as we learned of her location. All that remains is to apprehend the woman.
We shall find our cat's paw in the Silver Bazaar. But we must tread carefully. The market is not the bustling place it once was, and someone is sure to mark our coming. Should they inform the monetarists, we'll have a fight on our hands. We must be prepared for the worst, and being short an arm, I thought it wise to take another in its stead. What say you, Warrior of Light? Will you lend me yours? Then I pity the bastard that stands in our way. Come, my friends, for Nanamo, and for Ul'dah!
Alright, so we are making our way over to the Silver Bazaar. Our target is Muriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting. A woman of Midlander heritage. I am told the two of you have met. Our sources indicate that she left the palace shortly after the incident, and quietly rejoined the dwindling population of the Silver Bazaar. I suggest we begin by questioning the market's residents, and confirm that Muriel is still in hiding there. Alright, so... actually, the quickest way to get there is probably going to be for us to head over to Horizon instead. And now from here, we can just make our way to the south. Now, it's been quite some time since we came out this way. I think the last time was actually for one of the Paladin quests. Or actually, not even the Paladin quest. It was a Gladiator quest. Alright, let's speak to the people of the town. Do I know of any returning residents? Gods, don't tell me they're starting to come back. My masters will not be pleased to hear of this. And what brings you to our lonely little hamlet? I believe the arrival of your entourage just about doubled our population. Looking for Miriel, you say? If you're hoping to lure her back to Ul'dah, you may as well give up now. The girl's done with city life. Alright, well that's confirmation that she's somewhere in the area. Miriel? Ah, she's here. Left the city for good, she says. Barely leaves her house, though. It's the one closest to the market entrance. And that gives us a house to check. Closest to the entrance is going to be this one over here. And there she is.
You are Miriel, the Sultana's former lady-in-waiting?
I know no one of that name. Pray excuse me. General Alden!
We will have the truth from you, girl.
Mayhap it would be better coming from me.
Lonorito, you'd best talk fast.
As you know, Teleji Adeleji's Cartano reclamation bill was no more than a facade. A means to get his grubby little hands on that Allagan monstrosity Omega. When he learned of Nanamo's intention to abdicate, however, he was forced to amend his plans. Suddenly, assassination seemed the most promising way to further his ambitions. I am told Teleji had discovered a maid in whose veins ran the blood of House Thorn. A new, more pliable puppet to sit the throne. 'Twould have caused an uproar, of course, but few could have contested her claim. 'Twas plain that Teleji's wild machinations had outgrown our ability to control them. So I decided to usurp his scheme and left the fool to seal his own demise.
And what of Nanamo?
Oh, I have no desire to harm her grace. 'Twould profit me little to destabilize our government. Thus did I employ young Miriel here to administer a potent sleeping potion in place of a poison. You should know, General, that your dear friend Ilberd was fully aware of my plan. I had him lie about the assassination as a means to prime your rage against Teleji. We weren't entirely sure how you would react, but things went rather better than expected.
You conniving little worm. You had your claws in the Crystal Braves before their first recruit had sworn to serve!
But of course, when a new game begins, 'tis only prudent to have a piece on the board. Ilberd was mine. Truth be told, a significant proportion of the Braves' initial endowment was also mine. With such large sums moving about, 'twas a rather trifling matter to disguise my own contribution. Ah, Ilberd. I secured his services with a promise to support his cause once my authority had been solidified. I swear, the man thinks of naught but prizing Alamigo from the grasp of the Empire. Unlike you, General, the poor fellow seems quite unable to forsake the land of his forefathers. Mayhap that's why he called you a traitor to your people and a disgrace to your homeland, amongst other things. What was it he always compared you to? Oh, yes, an overgrown lapdog begging for scraps at the Sultana's table. Oh, how we laughed. Alas, Ilberd's entertaining little outbursts eventually gave way to wearisome tirades, and the zealous brute became rather unruly. I had no wish to see you executed, you understand, but he would not take no for an answer. Rest assured, his employment with me has long since ended. Which brings us neatly to the present. What say you, General? Both you and the Sultana are alive. We have one corpse and one fugitive, and preparations have been made to restore your good name. Shall we cry quits and start again with a blank ledger?
The hells we will! Do you honestly expect me to forgive and forget? After all you've done? You're guilty of high treason!
Stay your blade, Master Alden. You yourself are not innocent. Or have you forgotten your own crime in executing Teleji Adeleji without trial? Though you acted out of loyalty to the Sultana, such deeds are in violation of both the word and spirit of the law. If you would, Lord Lolorito?
This potion will wake the Sultana from her slumber. Consider it a gesture of conciliation. You will find Her Grace resting comfortably within her private chambers. Should you doubt my word, I shall willingly accompany you to the palace as your hostage.
I like not your motives, Lolorito. But you saved the Sultana's life, and for that, you have my gratitude.
Rauban Aldin, you are hereby reinstated as General of the Immortal Flames. The citizens of Uldar shall once more be united under Nanamo Ulnamo, and together we shall usher in a new age of prosperity.
Alright. And so with that, things finally seem to have settled. The only question here is that where she actually is? Let's speak to Alphino. By the 12, I feared Lord Lolorito's arrival would have heralded another bloodbath. Little did I suspect that he of all people would gift us the means to rouse the Sultana. Alright, we've got a new belt here, let's put that on. Shall we make our way to Ul'dah? I should imagine Bartholomew has been instructed to admit us. Alright, let us teleport over to Ul'dah. To the Chamber of Rule. And let us speak to Bartholomew. Flame General Roban mentioned you might be coming. Please, this way if you will.
I was having the longest dream.
'Tis time to wake up, Your Grace. Another day begins in Thanalan, and the sun blazes bright upon the sands. Her Grace is awoken. The palace physician assures me she is none the worse for her slumber. I believe Her Grace will soon resume her plans to place the government of Ul'dah into the hands of its citizens. Whatever path she chooses to take, I shall walk it with her. And we shall tread slowly, lest the nation be unsettled in our wake.
Her Grace's compassion is a shining beacon to us all. But what our city truly thrives upon is competition. 'Tis in the struggle against our rivals that opportunities are seized and fortunes made. And with the Empire on the offensive once more, now would hardly seem the time to turn our system of government upon its head.
Are you privy to new intelligence, my lord?
I would hardly call it new. Remind me, what was the name of that enormous Imperial warship which met its end in Mordona? Wait, I have it. The Agrias, yes, well. 'Twould appear that the Garleans have been hard at work on another such vessel.
How close are they to completing this ship? Is it operational?
Its maiden flight was a success, I hear. I should imagine Emperor Varys is eager to see how it performs in battle. My lords and lady, I move that it is time to repair the damage caused by Teleji Adeleji and prepare our great nation to repel the Empire once more.
"'Tis well that the Sultana has awoken. The Syndicate yet needs to put its house in order, but 'twould seem the worst of the confusion has passed. Uldar has taken control of its future, and I must do the same. I have decided to disband the Crystal Braves. Among the recruits, there were those who supported our Order's goals and convictions with all sincerity. 'Tis my hope that these loyal men and women will choose to remain our allies in the battles to come. As for those who sided with the traitor, Ilberd, they shall be hunted down and held to account for their crimes. It is my earnest hope that they will surrender themselves peaceably when the time comes, though I think it unlikely. Ah, my all-conquering Crystal Braves. The model army meant to pave the way for a single unified grand company of Eorzea. That so high an ideal should be brought so low. I need not tell you how deeply the betrayal stung me. Yet I see now that it was mine own naivety and pride which allowed the Braves to fall prey to corruption. As ever, it is to your own shining example that I turn for inspiration. Like you, I mean to stand firm in the face of hardship and give mine all for the cause. Let us resume the search for our missing comrades, that we might come together to shine the light of dawn across the realm once more. The role of Crystal Brave Commander suited me ill, and I shall play it no longer. Henceforth, I shall be no more or less than Alphino, proud member of the Scions.
Alright, and so with that, let us complete this quest. I blush to speak thus of mine inner turmoil. But the fact remains, there is no man alive in whom I would rather confide. Were it not for your shining example, I might never have emerged from beneath the pall of my despair. Alright, all of these don't do anything for us, so let's grab the silver pieces. Alright, and at this point, I am going to take a quick 5-minute break here, so I can stretch, and then we will resume from there. Alrighty, here we go. Let's speak to Alphano. Still no word from Master Garland. I hope this mana cutter of theirs is nearing completion. I am assured that Her Grace will make a full recovery. I, and Ul'dah too, shall flourish once more. General Ravana and his colleagues have matters well in hand, I believe. Lady Yagiri, a question if I may. I believe your people have been keeping a close watch on the Crystal Braves. Might you know how things stand at the Rising Stones? Ah, yes, of course. You will be pleased to know that the 3rd Unit Braves abandoned Ravana's toll when they learned of Captain Ilbert's defeat. The only blue uniforms to be seen there now are worn by soldiers loyal to you, Master Alphano. To me? I see. I am grateful to hear that at least some of our members were true to their oath. Ere we return to Ishgard, we must go to the Rising Stones and thank these stalwarts for their service. It shall be my final act as Crystal Brave Commander. Will you join me, Prince? You were there at the company's inception. It is only fitting that you be present at its end. And I would appreciate the support. Alright, let us teleport back to Mordona then. Commander, you're alive? And Prince, too. I knew you'd scrape through. My splendid Crystal Braves, I have wronged you, all of you. My promises of glory and salvation have brought you naught but blood and betrayal. Bah, you'll not hear us complaining. 'Twas a sight messier than expected I. But we was still fighting for the freedom of all, just like we swore. Ain't that right, mates? Aye. You humble me. I am truly blessed to have such steadfast comrades. It is with the most profound regret, then, that I must... That's enough of that, Commander. We know what you've a mind to say, and we ain't having none of it. We've talked it over, see, and we're all agreed. You can take our uniforms and strip us of our ranks, but we won't be no less of a company. But the Crystal Braves... The Crystal Braves may be finished, but the ideals upon which the company was founded live on. They bind us to each other, and to you. Commander, Alphano, our minds are made up, so you may as well get used to it. Let us help the Scions. Let us help you find Minfilia and the others. My friends, after all that has happened, I know not what to say. Pray excuse me. I had thought my tears spent. My grandfather used to say that one could measure a man by the constancy of his comrades. Mayhap I am the exception which proves the rule. Nay, do not protest. I know that I am not worthy of their loyalty, Prince. But, as Thaliak is my witness, I shall do everything in my power to earn it. I must speak of future plans with the remaining Braves. Any information we uncover on the missing Scions will need to be shared with our allies across the realm. Specifically, Urianger and the Waking Sands, and Tataru and Ishgard. While we are organizing our various channels of communication, I would ask that you call upon Master Garland at the manufactory. I will join you in Ishgard as soon as I am able. Alright, let us return to Ishgard then. Prince, how in the seven hells do you do it? I was just about to send for you. We have but this moment completed the Mana Cutter's first successful test flight. A few minor adjustments and she'll be ready to go. While we see to the finishing touches, you might want to pay a visit to Fortomp's Manor. A dragoon by the name of Estinian was looking for you. Alright, let us make our way up there then. Let's head inside. You have fulfilled your obligations to the old Dons, then? Mistress Tataru has been keeping me apprised of the situation. Once I learned that these mana cutters of Master Garland's were nearing completion, I saw no reason to tarry in the mists. For the present, Nidhogg seems content to remain in the Eyrie, plotting his revenge. Might not this be an apt moment to unfold our plans to Sir Emmerich? I think we have kept him in the dark long enough. Alright, so that is going to take us back down to Foundation. He should be right inside here. Sir Emmerich has been eager to speak with you. Pray proceed.
All stands ready, Lord Commander. Ah, the moment has come then.
Pray excuse my lateness. I paid a brief visit to the workshop to inquire about the Mana Cutters. The engineers assure me that they're ready.
The area is now but a short flight away. Yet what a long and winding path we took to reach this point. Were it not for Master Alphino's proposal, we never would have attempted to parley with the dragons. Though our negotiations yielded little, our expedition with Lady Isard taught us much.
You took an unimaginable risk. I could scarce believe the tale Estinian told.
Aye. 'Tis true that many of our countrymen would sooner die than join hands with the heretic's mistress. But 'twas through that most unlikely of alliances that we came to speak with Hraesvelgr.
A conversation that went rather poorly, as I recall.
In this instance, the journey was more important than the destination. Had we not slain Nidhogg's consort, Tiaman, and put the Great Worm on his guard, the Dravanians would have arrived at Ishgard's walls long ago.
Aye, that they would. Full grateful am I for every hour of respite your actions have afforded us. Thanks to you, our defenses are much improved. 'Tis but a pity they won't be enough.
Thus you believe an assault upon the area represents the city's best chance of survival. Is that not so, Estinian?
I am under no illusions. Nidhogg's might is legendary. But with his eye in my possession, I can stifle his strength at the source. Victory will be hard won, even so. And I shall be glad indeed to have the Warrior of Light at my side.
You shall have my blade as well. There are more of these mana cutters to be had, yes?
Lord Commander, no!
How can I, a proud knight of Ishgard, stand by and do naught while an outsider risks life and limb for our homeland? I swore an oath to protect this city.
Pray leave the slaying of dragons to dragoons, Sir Knight. Your duty to command the city's defense is no less vital. Should we fail, and Nidhogg slip through our grasp, who then will hold the walls against him? Will you leave Ishgard in the hands of the Holy Sea's zealots?
There are others.
Who but you has the authority and the standing to orchestrate a city-wide defense? I do not, and neither does the Warrior of Light. That is why it is our place to fight, and yours to remain here, Lord Commander. What? You too, Master Alphino? By the Fury! You have shown some promise, but this adversary is far beyond your skills.
Your candor is appreciated, Sir Dragoon. I shall remain then and cheer you from afar.
Well, my friend, it would seem I have discouraged the last of the volunteers, and claimed the task as ours alone. But if any alive can best this worm, 'tis surely we too.
Hey there, Nick. Yes, I am just making my way through the story so I can get in place for Stormblood, which is going to release next month. I have pricked Master Alphino's pride, I fear. But had I been less forceful, the boy would have insisted on accompanying us to the area. Do not think me blind to his talent. With a few more campaigns under his belt, I have no doubt that Alphino will make a fine field commander. But one does not practice on an adversary such as Nidhogg. We shall be hard-pressed enough without the added worry of carrying a novice. We have tarried long enough. Let us call upon Master Garlon and take possession of the mana cutters. Alright, let us hit up the Aethernet. Prince, old friend, the cutters are ready when you are. The finer adjustments cost us a few sleepless nights, but we got there in the end. Which means you can get where you need to go. I tell you, these little beauties will tear through that wind barrier like a Cermet drill through cottage cheese. And that, my friends, is a Garland Ironworks guarantee. You have our thanks. Come, Warrior of Light, the dread worm awaits. Alright, so with the area accessible, let us go ahead and queue in. And here we go. Come on, healer, wake up. Alright, here we go. Well, that's not good. Alrighty, here we go. Fairly standard group to open up with here. We're definitely going to have to do some dancing with AoEs, and the healer is going to have to stay on top of the poisons in here. As you can see, I'm trying to apply my dots every time that I can here, just to increase what's going out. Still don't have access to clemency, though. At this point, my gear is fairly out of date. That's why I'm trying to grab a few of the treasure chests around here. Hopefully I can get some gear out of this. We should be coming up to the first boss, if not at this pull, then at the next one. Alright, here we go, the first boss. It's been a little while since I fought this guy, but I believe the big thing for him is a bunch of lightning. Yep, there we go. got an ad in here. Let me grab that. There's another one. Overall, this battle is fairly straightforward. See another one coming in. There it is. Alright, there we go. First boss is down. Alright, that ring, while it won't do anything for us in terms of defense, yeah, I think I'll actually greed on that. Alright, wait right here. There we go, no need to take that hit. And there's no need to wake the sleeping dragon over there. Alright, so this guy, once again, like most dragons, they do these cone AoEs. Just gotta stay out of those. actually trying to get him to turn over this way. There we go, that takes care of the big guy. Just got the two smaller ones now. Just drag them up here a little bit, just to make sure in our movements we don't sleep. We don't wake up the sleeping one over there. Well, let it be known that I wasn't the one that woke him. Those don't do anything for me anyway. Alright, moving on. So the second boss should be up here. Alright, let's do it. Looks like somebody used the limit break already. I don't think this guy has too much special about him that we need to worry about. Although he is putting out some poisonous clouds or something there. So I'm trying to move him away from those just so that the DPS doesn't have to stand in that. We've also got this mustard gas here. Slowly whittling this guy down here. It's just taking a while. And down he goes. Earrings of Slaying. So we gotta take out this group and the path should open up for us. we go. That pillar falls. Alright, I'm gonna keep pulling this guy along and grab the other one as well. Where are the heals? Oh, the healer disconnected. That's what happened. Okay. Okay, so it looks like that's one of their teammates then, from Discord. So we just have to wait a moment for them to log back in here. Alright, it looks like one of them is lost or something. Alright, I think they're starting to make their way back over here. There they are. I can see them. Alright, well let me... I don't want to grab his attention just yet here, but let me cast Protect here. Alright, so let's get this going. And actually it looks like the healer is back as well, so they can join us as soon as they are ready. In the meantime, I'm going to do everything I can to stay alive. there's our healer. Okay. Alright, so not this one, but the next pull is actually going to be pretty hard here. It's a very complicated sequence that comes out. Alright, let's get this pull going. As you can see, there are a bunch of other there's some more of them here. It's gonna get crowded in here pretty quick. Here come more of them. I think that's gonna be the last one. Oh, wait, we got more coming in. Alrighty. And that just leaves the big guy himself. Alright, well, let us get this going here. The thing about this fight is it is pretty mechanic heavy. Particularly towards the end, whereby we kind of have to rely on Estinian for a while. Alright, here we go. So he's going to bring down all these extra adds here that we need to worry about. And these guys have this number 1 next to them, where I'm trying to tank them, and that basically means that they are untankable. That limit break was used there, and now we basically need to stay inside of here, and this is going to protect us during this hit. Alright, and so from here, it should actually be a fairly easy kill. And there we go! Alright, let's see what we got here. That's for a rogue or ninja. Actually, they're both for them, so pass on both. Let's get out of here.
No, Worm! This ends here! Gifted my people 1,000 years of suffering. Now I gift you an eternity in darkness.
And we have our third crystal back.
They are ours, Lord Eldrath. The eyes of Nidhogg.
Aye. The worm lies broken and my father is avenged. With the wellspring of his vitality thus denied him, Nidhogg shall not linger long in this world. But behold the terrible price we have paid. My sire is dead. So many brother knights slain. We traded our honor for the strength which now courses in our veins. And still we are forced to make such sacrifice.
But not in vain, my lord. Hraesvelgr is the only great worm left in Ravana, and he dares not leave his lair. With Nidhogg's eyes in your possession, who now can challenge the might of Ishgard, ascend the throne, and take your rightful place as the ruler of our people?
Nay, my friend. I must forsake the mantle of king. Though Nidhogg be defeated, his wormling horde yet darkens the skies with wings beyond counting. As one who partook of Ratatoska's strength, it shall be my penance to bear a knight's arms until death grants me leave to retire. When that day comes, no prince shall perish, but a hell's-bound hunter of dragons.
But Lord Haldreth, what then shall become of the royal line?
Think of your people, my lord. Without a king, who will the common man turn to in his hour of need? How will he find his way without your benevolent hand to guide him?
I thank you, Sir Flavian and Sir Silvertrill, for dispelling my remaining doubts. With men of such wisdom and compassion in service to the realm, 'tis plain that Ishgard has no need of a king. But if you must bow to the demands of tradition, you need look no further than yourselves for one worthy to wear the crown. Fare thee well, my brother knights, my loyal friends. On these shoulders shall I bear the weight of my father's sins. With this lance shall I repay the debt accrued through our misdeeds.
What cruel jest has fate played upon us? Have we seized this desperate victory only to lose a king?
We can but act as our lord has bid. We few who remain must divide between us the rulership of Ishgard and her people.
Not I. My oath was to Lord Haldreth, and he alone. If he is not to be king, then I would hang up my shield as well.
Will you abandon us too, sir?
I would wash my hands of blood and betrayal, and take up an honest trade. Mayhap I shall serve ale instead of sharpened steel.
We four, then.
Forton, Hylanat, Durender, and Zemail. But 4 houses to rule all of Ishgard.
And what of the throne?
We keep it empty. Until the day a king rises once more, we must assume the role of stewards. We shall shape our nation anew with a history of our own making, and let the truth of this dark day die here, upon the battlefield.
It had been a while since we had seen the Echo.
What ails you, friend? Are you wounded? You have borne witness to history. To the culmination of the first battle with Nidhogg. The legend of Ishgard's founding tells that our ancestors were led to the land of Kurthus by the valiant King Thordan. In the midst of their journey, they came to a wide chasm, where they were set upon by a great worm, Nidhogg. A furious battle then ensued, with Thordan leading the van. Though the brave king was slain defending his people, his son, Haldrath, the first Azure Dragoon, fought on undaunted. And with a mighty thrust of his lance, he gouged out Nidhogg's eye, forcing the wicked creature into retreat. Thus, did this eldritch orb become a sacred treasure of Ishgard, lending its power to every knight deemed worthy to bear the title of Azure Dragoon. A rousing tale, is it not? Would that I could still believe it. But your vision, which we must accept as immutable truth, leaves no room for doubt, save on one point.
Indeed, the different colors.
If Haldrath took both of Nidhogg's eyes, then how came this eye to be lodged in the worm's skull?
We already know the answer to this.
Beneath every answer we unearth, another question lies buried. Twas a fierce battle, but one I knew we would win. Your fame is well deserved, warrior of light. Full proud am I to have fought at your side. I would fain return with all swiftness to Ishgard to inform the Lord Commander of our triumph. But we must first have words with Hraesvelgr. There are parts of this tale that the worm has kept from us, and I would know wherefore.
I was thinking the same thing. Though Nidhogg is fallen, my heart is yet heavy, and this stain of corruption pleases me not. When all has been put to rest, I must needs forge my armor anew. Alright, so... with Nidhogg fallen, none save Hraesvelgr remains to answer our questions. Let us trouble the worm again. And if Iceheart yet lingers at Zenith, all the better. I would have her hear the truth from the dragon's maw. Alright, so since we're headed back to Zenith, let me hit that. And let us make our way over there now. We also did just get this mana cutter key, so we'll be able to use that mount as well. But for the moment, let's just sprint up. 'Twas you, was it not? The furious screams of the dragon carried far. You have slain Nidhogg. What more could you desire from this place? Will you not allow Hraesvelgr to mourn the death of his kin in peace? Spare us your sanctimonious judgment, Ice Maiden. We have a gift for the Great Worm, and a mystery that can no longer lie buried. Lady Iceheart, the Dragon Song War has all but consumed your life and claimed many of your followers. 'Tis time you learn the truth of its beginning, the whole truth, that we may at last bring this bitter conflict to an end. Sound the horn, warrior of light.
You mean the moment I prized your eye from his head?
Has easy on in.
It was yours. Your strength that sustained Nidhogg all these years.
Would that Haldreth had dealt the worm a killing blow.
Come on, ifall en king lung has worn in. Noskam stra av an urstjas alarm.
And so you acquiesced. You surrendered your eye to Nidhogg, knowing full well the suffering he would inflict.
This one som anshin inkin in ela. Esklos misek a, lis esk an gaan. I'm fire. Koluman, Tolos Ineskla. Kas ehi shiso, sekmon inaan, Srei snowfall in sif an.
Alright, that quest is complete. Press start. I am on Sargatanas. Though he lifted not a single claw, 'twould seem that Hraesvelgr wreaked his own manner of vengeance against us.
'Twas my life's goal to slay Nidhogg. But I find there is little joy to be had in its accomplishment.
But you have rid the world of a hate-filled creature, and ended a bloody war in so doing.
I lost my family to Nidhogg's flames, and 'twas with fury in my heart that I took up the lance. Every blow I struck in the name of vengeance. We were not so different, he and I.
I will not judge you for your deeds. I have not the right. Too many innocents have perished in the name of my greater good.
Yet even with all that has passed, the tale is incomplete. We are short a great worm's eye. Of the pair which Haldreth took from Nidhogg, only one is known to us, the one I bear. What then became of the other? Why did Nidhogg, who had taken such pains to prolong the Dragonsong War, suddenly decide to hurl his entire army against the walls of Ishgard? Lord Commander. Aye. The deed is done. Nidhogg is slain. What? In the city? A battle with whom? At once, Lord Commander. Hold firm till our return. Fighting has broken out in the city. Lord Emmerich was sparse with the particulars, but it seems some commoners threw open the gates to a force of heretics.
I gave no order to attack.
Are we to mark the end of the Dragonsong War by spilling the blood of our own? Mayhap Hraesvelgr was right about us. Let us away, Warrior of Light. The people must be saved from themselves.
Wait! I would join you! There has been enough violence. I will appeal to my people in the city and make them see reason.
Come then, Lady Iceheart. Let us write the final chapter in this damnable war.
A small army of heretics has invaded the city, Your Eminence. But there is no cause for concern. A sizable contingent of our soldiers is already in place to repel the Dravanian assault, and the intruders will soon find themselves outnumbered and outmatched.
Our plans proceed apace, then?
Yes, Your Eminence. This unrest shall serve to feed the people's fear of the heretics and the dragons both.
And lend renewed fervor to their prayers for deliverance. Very good. Grant our guests what time they need to sow a measure of chaos, then order the Temple Knights to crush them.
Your will be done.
The moment is at hand. Excellent. All shall soon be in alignment. It is time for the Bringer of Light to die.
Comrades! Sheathe your swords! There is no need for further bloodshed!
My lady!
She is come!
Hear me, brothers and sisters! The war is ended! Nidhogg is no more! Aye! It is so! This adventurer and the Azure Dragoon laid the Great Worm low! The endless cycle of violence between man and dragon was born of our forefathers' treachery. You have followed me, bled with me, to bring this truth to light that we might all know peace. But Nidhogg is dead. Nidhogg is dead, my friends! He who bore such hatred towards Ishgard is dead! Let his hatred die with him, I say! Let us sheathe our swords and go in peace!
Have we lost?
No, my friend! Far from it! At long last, the peace for which we have so desperately fought is within our grasp. And I, for one, would not forsake it!
Peace?
Seize the witch! Let none escape!
Providing aid and succor to the wounded should be our first concern. If the heretics mean to observe the peace, then it would be folly not to do the same.
Alright, let us get this going again here. That was rather too close for comfort, but 'twould seem that calm is returning to the streets. My mind, however, yet clamors with 1,000 questions. You return to Ishgard in the oddest of company, my friend. Alright, none of that is for us. Let's grab the silver. Hey there, I. That, my friends, was rather too close for comfort. Praise Haloni that things did not end in bloodshed. I confess, I was more than a little dismayed to see you in the company of Lady Iceheart. Whatever is going on, Prince? Beg pardon? You traveled to the Churning Mists together? Along with Estinian? Never was there a more unlikely alliance, nor one so magnificently effective. Nidhogg, dead. The heretics pacified. Father and Sir Emmerich must know of this. Let us break the news to them together. I will bring Sir Emmerich to Fort Tom's Manor. Yes, an excellent suggestion. Very well. Prince and I shall await you there. Alright, let us hit up the Aethernet. Inside we go!
Praise Halone, you are safe.
My safety was never in doubt, Father, for I had the Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light by my side. We bring the most wonderful tidings.
The infamous Lady Iceheart? Here in Ishgard? This is most unexpected.
She has done much to quell the violence. The Inquisition may not approve, but we are glad of her presence.
And with the Great Worm's demise, even our nation's more reactionary elements will have scant grounds to press for her immediate impeachment.
My thoughts exactly.
What of the truth revealed to us by Hraesvelgr? That the origins of the Dragonsong War, a core tenet of Ishgardian faith, are quite unlike those depicted in the scriptures.
That men and dragons once lived together in harmony, and that it was man's treachery which shattered the peace and plunged our peoples into war.
The same scripture also describes the origins of the High Houses. Were it exposed as false, the legitimacy of our rule would be called into question. If both Highborn and Lowborn can trace their ancestry to Thordan and his Knights 12.
But a single sip of dragon's blood is required to confirm their lineage.
If the Holy See knew of this and chose to remain silent, their crimes are grievous indeed. Regardless, this state of affairs cannot be allowed to continue.
Sir Emmerich, you cannot mean to raise this matter with the Archbishop.
Pray consider what you are proposing. If the Holy See chose to conceal the truth for centuries, what reason would they have to reveal it now?
At best, you will be branded a heretic and clapped in irons.
Then at least the Archbishop will have shown his true colors. My friends, this war will never truly be at an end until the truth is made known. You must see what lies on the horizon if it is not. When ruled by fear of a common enemy, we were united. But now we have none. During the war, the Highborn needed men to lead, and the Lowborn men to follow. Not anymore. 'Tis but a matter of time before the old order is called into question. Lady Iceheart will share the truth with her followers, and the Holy See will be powerless to stop its spread. The disenfranchised will rise up united, and blood will flow in the streets once more. A divided Ishgard will not survive.
Tread carefully, Lord Commander.
My lady, is it wise to let him go? I sympathize with the Lord Commander's desire for reform, but to approach the Archbishop in this manner bespeaks an idealism to which I did not think Sir Emmerich prone.
Though he comports himself as a realist, he has long dreamt of reform. 'Twas that idealism which first drew me to him, that which made me swear an oath to serve. We must not think of ways to hinder his cause, but rather ways to aid it, even should the Holy See cry heresy.
You cannot mean...
If the Lord Commander does not return from the vault at the appointed hour, I mean to go and fetch him.
Have care, my lady. Your words border on treason. Should they reach the wrong ears, you will be declared an enemy of Ishgard.
That is a risk I am willing to take. Lest you forget, my lord, I am not born of this land. My loyalty is to the Lord Commander alone. But I speak only of what may come to pass. If the rumors regarding his heritage are to be believed, we have naught to fear.
Lies and slander.
Forgive me, what rumors are these?
That Sir Emmerich is the Archbishop's bastard son. Senior clergy are not permitted to marry and sire children.
But even the holiest among us are not immune to temptation.
I labor to believe it. Sir Emmerich is truly the Archbishop's son.
He has never been publicly acknowledged as such, but the rumors have plagued him since childhood. That he rose to his current position, despite being despised as a bastard and accused of profiting from his father's influence, bespeaks the quality of his character. It is my hope that on this occasion, the burden of his birth will work in his favor. Should our worst fears be realized, the Archbishop will not be so quick to execute his own flesh and blood, affording us time to mount a rescue.
Bastard or trueborn, he is our nation's best hope. If the Holy See dares to threaten him, I shall lead the charge against the Vault myself.
Hear, hear! The future of Ishgard rests on Sir Emmerich's shoulders. I too will do mine utmost to aid his cause.
Orshafon, be reasonable.
A knight lives to serve, Father. To aid those in need. The people need Sir Emmerich more than ever, and we may be his only hope. There is no greater calling for a knight than to save the life of his fellow man. I swear to you, on the sigil of our house, that I shall do this and make you proud.
Even you? Romantic, reckless fools, the lot of you. So be it. Make your preparations.
I thank you all for your support.
Alright, let's speak with Lucia here. Though your assistance is most welcome, I fear it will not be enough. Few as we are, we will struggle to reach the Lord Commander. If we are to succeed, we must needs recruit others to our cause. Alright, we've got some new pants here, and those are actually quite the upgrade there. I believe that's partly because they are of high quality here. Alright. Let's speak to Alpha No. But how are we to carry out this bold endeavor? Even with an army of knights at our backs, a direct assault against the Vault seems unlikely to succeed. You are correct, Master Alphano. Not even the assembled might of House Fort Tomst and the Temple Knights would be sufficient. With the support of another party, however, we may yet stand a chance. You speak of one of the other high houses. Precisely the opposite. I speak of the revolutionaries rumored to reside in the Broom. 'Twas these disgruntled Ishgardians who opened the gates of our city to the heretics, I believe. But of course, if their hatred of the Holy See drove them to such deeds, they might well be persuaded to assist in Sir Emmerich's rescue, knowing the truth he would lay bare. Such is my hope, Master Alphano, and I would have you and Prince reach out to them. As a Temple Knight and sworn servant of the Holy See, any overtures I make are doomed to fail. But as outsiders, the two of you may receive a warmer welcome. Very well. We shall seek out the leader of these revolutionaries and make our case. My thanks. Istinian, will your brothers heed your command if you order them to stand aside? The Dragoons have no love for politics, my lady. They will gladly watch and wait while the highborn fight amongst themselves. How very wise. Prince, we should hurry to the Forgotten Knight. Tataru may have knowledge of the revolutionaries. Alrighty, so to the Forgotten Knight we go. Prince, Alpha no. Gods, I've been worried sick. It's so good to see you. And you, Tataru? How did you manage to escape the chaos in the streets? Gilbrand and the others barricaded the doors until the heretics left. No one was harmed, thankfully. But what about you two? What came of your journey? You're not serious. What was Sir Emmerich thinking? I mean, the way you two talk about him, I wouldn't have believed. Anyway, I've heard rumors of the people you're looking for, but I doubt they'll be of much use. The only thing I can say with any certainty is they're led by someone called the Mongrel. A queer moniker if ever I have heard one, but mayhap it will make the individual in question easier to find. Come, let us all make inquiries below. Alright, so we are going to head out the lower exit of the Forgotten Night. Eh? What's that? Speak up, I can't hear as well as I used to. Alright. I don't know a goddamn thing about the mongrel, but if I did, you can be sure I wouldn't tell you. A mongrel? Not sure I catch your meaning. To a blue blood, we're all of us dogs down here. Alright, let's make our way back over to where Alpha No is. Not a single shred of information? Just as I expected, the revolutionaries would not have evaded capture for so long without their mass's complicity. Still, it is good to know that Tataru's ears are as sharp as ever. Alright, none of this is useful. Let's grab the silver. Frustrating though it may be, we must press on. While I continue speaking with the people of the Broom, why not go and see if Gilbrand knows aught of value? As the proprietor of the Forgotten Night, surely he must have heard whispers of the mongrel before. We can only hope that he will be more forthcoming than the others. Alright, so we are headed back inside the Forgotten Night now. You know, people long for a sympathetic ear, but they need to know that it comes with tight lips. Discretion, Prince. That's what my customers expect. If they don't get it, then I don't get them. That being said, I'm not without my sympathies. I've heard the tales, and I know you've done right by high-born and low-born alike. Last I can do is point you in the right direction. But to do that, I'll need you to do something for me. So happens there's a hunter up in the Crozier who owes me a fair bit of coin. However, I've agreed to accept payments in fresh herbs. Go and get them for me, agreed? Alright, let us hit the Aethernet. And that is going to take us close to the Jeweled Crozier. So you're Gibralt's errand boy? Good, good. How's he doing? Same as always, right. Any road, I hope he appreciates how much trouble I had to go through on account of his bloody herbs. Tell him to enjoy them while they last, because I doubt I'll be able to find any more next year. Alright, let's make our way back over to the Aethernet. Well, you going to hand them over or not? Aye, this ought to do it. With a few other spices, I can make it just like she used to. There are few things which stir the hearts of men like a sip of mulled wine. Share a glass for the right people, and who knows what stories they'll share. Alright, and this is an upgrade on our armor. Let's grab that. Now that I think on it, there's a woman I know who's rather fond of this blend. Hraesvelgr is her name, and she resides in the Pillars. She's a maidservant to some noble house or another, I forget. Anyway, it'd be a shame if she didn't get to try this wine. Why not give her a bottle? Alright, once again we are going to hit up the Aethernet. This time taking us close to the Astrologicum. Hi, Star. Thanks for tuning in. Yes, I'm Hraesvelgr. Beg your pardon, but do I know you, sir? I know this smell. This is the wine that girl used to prepare. Her special recipe. It must be decades since I last tasted this. Oh, the poor dear. Such a shame that she was taken in by that Baron. He cut a dashing figure, I'll grant you that. Tall, slender, long of ear. But those dazzling ruby eyes of his were filled with lust. 'Twas not more than infatuation, what she felt. But she convinced herself it was love, and he couldn't help but take advantage. But when her belly started to grow, God's the scandal. I mean, 'tis not an uncommon occurrence, but that it was a hire made it so much. Well, I needn't tell you. She was discharged from his service, cast out onto the streets, like so much refuge. After she returned to the broom, we drifted apart. I only learned of her death years later by chance. Alright, let us make our way back down into the broom. So the amorous nobleman beds his maidservant, then casts her aside when the seed takes root. Not the most original tale, is it? Cold comfort for the women and children who live it, though. Even the penitent can appreciate one from time to time. Take Geraldo, for example. Surely you've heard of him, no? He's a monk who offers succor to the poorest of the poor in the broom. A man of many vows, but none which prohibit spirituous beverages. Ah, if ever there was a man who deserved a drink, it'd be him. Alright, there's the person we need to give this to. Haloni's blessings be upon you, sir. Gift for me? This scent, how reminiscent of a wine once made by a dear old friend. May her soul rest in peace. Forsaken by her family, she toiled tirelessly to feed and clothe her child, yet somehow she found time to help me tend to those in even worse circumstances. So compassionate she was, so full of love for her fellow man. 'Twas the love which gave her child strength to endure the scorn of the other younglings. That little girl, bless her heart. She couldn't help what she was. Eventually she won them over, but those first few years were trying. Even more so when she had to start fending for herself. I remember the days she spent standing on the walls, raven black hair flowing in the wind, staring out, as if searching for her mother's face in the mists. Okay, let us head back up once more. It appears it is daybreak. She was a remarkable woman, Prince. After everything she was forced to endure, she still remained hopeful for the future, for her daughter's future. Some bonds are thicker than blood, but blood still defines us, and divides us in the end. It's the legacy of our parents, Prince, and we can't escape it, no matter how hard we try. So the mongrel and her pups chose to embrace theirs, to proclaim it all and sundry. If you can understand that, then maybe you can find her on your own. Alright, so we need to find a broom starveling. Here they are. Still looking for your mongrel? Like I said before, take your pick. Plenty around, if you know where to look. Or did you fancy someone specific? I'm looking for a mongrel with ruby red eyes and raven black hair. Oh, someone's got unusual tastes. Afraid I can't help you though. Won't, rather. It's bloody obvious you ain't of the broom. Did you think I'd just tell you 'cause you asked nicely? Alright, so... looks like Alphino is inside the Forgotten Knight, so let's make our way back inside there. My plan is to stay a paladin all the way through Stormblood, or at least until I complete that. We'll see from there. My main character over on Balmung is in the process of leveling up other classes, but for this character in particular, he's going to be paladin, and we're going to switch over to my main once Stormblood releases. Have you made any progress, Prince? So our mongrel was born of an Elysian nobleman and a Hieran maidservant. Granted, it is no location, but it is far more information than we had before. Yes, now that her striking features are known to us, mayhap we need only remain vigilant. There must be a way we can draw the mongrel out into the open. Mayhap we should discuss this with Tataru. Speaking of which, where is Tataru? Oh, confound it. She went below to make inquiries on her own, didn't she? We must find her quickly, Prince. I have a premonition this is not going to end well. Why'd I suggest running then, Alphino? Cast your gaze over the streets below, but see no sign of Tataru. So right now we're just searching for Tataru. And this takes us outside the area of where she would be. Let's try the other side. Ah, up there. She must be around here somewhere. I take it you've had no luck either? Ah! I'm sorry, forget I said anything. Wait, down there, isn't that Tataru? Those men are chasing her. Quickly, Prince, after them.
Where do you think you're going, Missy?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend.
What's going on here?
What's it to you, boy? Piss off.
Hold on. I've seen them around. They're in and out the house 4 Tom's Manor all the time.
Oh, I see. Skulking about at your highborn master's bidding, eh? Bloodhounds hoping to catch a whiff of heresy, is that it?
You are quite mistaken, I assure you. We came here to help. And if you know what's good for you, you will let us pass.
Haha! Listen to the pups yapping. Come here, boy. I'll give you cause to yelp.
Enough! Leave threatening women and children to our betters. We don't have the knack.
Hilda!
Lay a finger on the Blue Blood's pups, and you're like to lose the hand. And often I get called on by glorious heroes like yourself. So tell me, what have I done to deserve you?
Before you start, let's go somewhere a bit more private, eh? The Forgotten Knights say. So one more time into the Forgotten Knight. So, duty calls. Before we do this then, protect and Knight's Bread.
So, while you're on your way to kill Nidhogg, you stumbled on some dirty secrets that the Holy See has been hiding for centuries.
Eh? What are they on about?
The High Houses. And what makes a nobleman so bleeding noble? They trace their blood back to King Thordan and his Knights 12, the founders of Ishgard. But our friends here reckon we're all descended from the heroes of Eld. Highborn and lowborn alike. And so Sir Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, has gone to ask the Archbishop if he wouldn't mind letting everyone know.
Is he simple? The old bastard will have him executed for heresy.
Well, seems to me that's what the good sir wants. Seems he thinks a noble sacrifice will serve to prove his claims.
We cannot stand idly by and allow Sir Emmerich to do this. Ishgard has need of him.
Look, you've a good heart, I can see that. Willing to risk your neck for someone else even when his troubles ain't yours. But what's this got to do with me?
If Sir Emmerich is imprisoned in the vault, we will need all the help we can muster to breach their defenses and rescue him.
What in the hell's...
Ah, the unmistakable scent of heresy. And what do we have here? The honored guests of House Fortom consorting with the Queen of Rats. Ooh, plotting insurrection, I shouldn't wonder. That won't do. Sickness is wont to fester and spread. It must be burnt out ere the infection takes hold.
I reckon Sir'd be happy to wield the irons himself. Well, so happens I've got irons of my own.
Such simple creatures, rats, certain to attack when cornered. Let us step outside, milady. In here, your toys could hurt someone.
Alright. So, first target we need to go after here is the Churagon. Since that is the healer of the group.
Right there!
Alright, that takes them out. Let's get on the Magikers next. Alright, more of them are coming in. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Alright, we got another healer here. Oh, Horshafont's coming in.
Bear witness! Alone, guide my sword!
There's another healer coming in. There we go. All right, duty complete.
There's no denying your gifts. A well-deserved reputation indeed.
Enough!
Lucky bastard.
Nay, 'tis we who are lucky. Had we fought on, 'twas but a matter of time before our conflict claimed the life of an innocent bystander.
I thought the Heavensward might come here as well.
They came to the Temple Knights' headquarters.
Aye. Sir Grinno announced that the Lord Commander had been imprisoned under suspicion of heresy, and that the Heavensward had been granted full authority in his stead.
Then the Heavensward now commands the Temple Knights.
Those still loyal to Sir Emmerich answer to me. Alas, that amounts to but half our number. The other half, who opposed his promotion to Lord Commander, have gathered at the vault as ordered.
Bolstering the guard already, eh? If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were expected.
I take it you're in charge around here?
Hilda. And yes, the young master was just persuading me to join his lost cause. Convincing little beggar, isn't he? Your passion moved me. A bit. That, and the fact that we're sick of living off the leavings of our betters. If you've a mind to change things around here, then we've a mind to join you.
Alright, let's speak to Hilda here. Let me guess, you're wondering why I chose the mongrel, right? Because it's what I am, and I'm not ashamed of it. Not anymore. Besides, even my pure-blood pups have more in common with me than the lords and ladies up on high. None of them are well-bred. Hell, some of their mothers were cast out after a spot of fun, same as mine. Story old as time, and one we're sick of hearing, which is why we took up arms. Not that we mean to hold all the blue bloods to account. Some have done right by us, I'll allow. Like them in House Helenart. But enough talk. Your friend's still rotting in a cell. Let's not keep him waiting. We've been working in secret to undermine the Holy See and the High Houses. That much I'll acknowledge. But this nonsense about us throwing wide the gates for the heretics is just that. Nonsense. If not you, then who? You Temple Knights, of course. Reckoned it was your beloved Sir Emmerich's doing at first, but then I heard how he lost his head. My next best guess would be the Heavensward. That way they'd have the perfect excuse to go door to door through the broom. Slaughter the heretics and their sympathizers in one fell swoop. But the Heavensward scheme did not account for Lady Iceheart's intervention, and so they have been forced to improvise. A fine bloody mess, ain't it? But the die is cast, so what's the plan? We must divert the attention of the High Houses away from the city. And to do that, we need the cooperation of your allies in their service. And what makes you think I have friends in high places? You would be fools not to, given your goals. Low-born knights are ideal recruits. Most swore fealty only out of desire for a better life. If offered an opportunity to shed the yoke and live for themselves, who among them would not at least be tempted to take it? Rare is the man eager to die for a cause he does not hold dear. But it need not come to that this day. If they and their fellow knights are deployed afield to deal with a new threat, a massing of heretics, for example, then they would be unable to join in the defense of the vault. Huh. Should Spread false reports of an attack to get him out of harm's way, you mean? The city will not soon forget the heretics' last assault. If the High Houses believe another attack is imminent, they will have no choice but to act. Can it be done? Can we trick them into leaving Ishgard? Aye. Can we keep them out for long? Not bloody likely. Make sure you're ready before I send word, because you won't get a second chance at this. Then it is decided. To the vault. The Archbishop must be held to account. And the Lord Commander granted his liberty. Alright, let's speak to Lucia. Hearken to me, everyone. We have two objectives. Rescue Sir Emmerich and apprehend the Archbishop. We will therefore divide our forces into two parties. Lord Horshaphant, Estinian, Master Alphino, and I will make ready to breach the underground goal and search for the Lord Commander. We will not move, however, until the second party has entered the vault. I speak of your party, Warrior of Light. For this plan to succeed, you will need to fight your way into the highest levels of the vault, even unto the Archbishop's private chambers. When the Heavensward realize what you intend, they will fly to their master's side, leaving only a token force to guard the goal. The Temple Knights loyal to our cause have already secured the entrance to the vault. Once you are within, they will signal to us. If all goes to plan, we shall rejoin you with Sir Emmerich and confront the Archbishop together. Is everyone clear as to their duties? Then let us do what must needs be done. Alright, let us make our way over to the vault. Alright, so the vault is going to be up here. The others are in position, Master Prince. I will send word once you and your party have entered. So, the vault is now accessible. Let us go ahead and queue in. Alright, and it looks like we're going to be waiting a minute or two here for this to get going here. The firehouse. I have never actually owned any of that before, so I wouldn't know. Alright, looks like we got both the DPS we need, so we just need a healer now. Oh, looks like we've got a full stack of silver pieces here. I can't wait to start applying this to the really high-end stuff, which is going to unlock once we hit level 60. Oh, here we go. Okay, it looks like somebody wasn't ready there. Hopefully... Yep, here we go. Come on, we were waiting on you, healer. Huh. Alright. Oh, here we go. There we go. We're in. Alright, here we go. Now up front there's just going to be a bunch of ads we gotta take care of here. Now one thing that could come into play now here is the fact that this dungeon is getting pretty high up in level, and a lot of the gear I'm still wearing at this point is from A Realm Reborn. But we'll see how this goes. Looks like our white mage here is interested in doing some DPS here, so that'll help. That's quite some range on that. Okay, this should be the last of the first groups here, and then it'll be on to the first boss. Alright. Alright, the white mage is casting Stone Skin 2 there. Alright, let's get this going. That is quite the change there. So good news, I have clemency. And I just used Hollowed Ground. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, and down goes the first boss. I had hoped by dragging these guys into here, it would have line of sighted the other guy there, but apparently not. is all gear for our healer there. He probably needs it since I don't think he's sick. Ah, but we could use those gauntlets. Well, while we're waiting for those to come to us here, let's get this group going. Alright, let's put those gauntlets on. I wish I wasn't constantly going under half health, but I also understand that the healer does want to try to get some extra damage out there. Now, doesn't this feel like a game of chess here? Alright, on to the second boss. Alright, let's get this going.
I'll cut you to pieces! I will not yield to you!
As you can see, he is putting quite some very unique AoEs on the ground there. Alright, he's putting these portals up. You definitely don't want to get caught in those. Alright, that's a good hit with the limit break. Alright, second boss is done. Now, a lot of groups would grab these guys and drag them into the next room, but given my current gear situation, I'm not going to do that. I was really hoping to pick up a bit more gear than this from this dungeon. I'm not certain if the next dungeon after this is going to offer that much for us as a paladin. This guy is gonna wake up these gargoyles in here. We kinda gotta get ready for that here. Unfortunately, we can't stun. All right. Alright, this boss battle, aside from a couple of others during this series, I've been worried about, because this is the battle that either makes or breaks a team. Alright, let's get this going.
Filthy rats! Get on with you!
Yeah, he does that thing with the horseman there.
Get on with you!
As you can see, the two players there need to break their holy chain. Alright, so for this, we gotta do as much damage as we can, as quickly as we can. Alright, there we go.
Sickness must be purged! Get on with you!
This fight gets really complicated like this.
Sickness must be purged. Sickness must be purged! Get on with you! Sickness must be purged! Sickness must be purged!
And there we go! Alright, let's see what we got. Nothing for us. Oh well. Let's get out of here.
Our power! How can this be?
Fall back!
Father, please!
We were not too late, my friend!
Why must you do this, Father? Nidhogg is fallen. There is no need for further deception. Now is the time to renounce the lies which led us down this path. To start anew!
And tear down the very pillars of our society? Our history, our values, everything we have built over 1,000 years? A fool to the last.
Look out!
Go. Asisla awaits.
Lord Orchefort!
You are unharmed? Forgive me. I could not bear the thought of... Oh, do not look at me so. A smile better suits a hero.
Or perhaps I should just cast clemency on you. Anybody got a phoenix down? All right. I know not what to say. The others, they are gathered at Fort Tom's Manor. The others are... Please enter, Master Brightstar.
Don't. Please. A knight lives to serve, to protect, to sacrifice. There is no greater calling. Leave me to mourn and give chase. For my son, and for the nation he loved. Go!
His sacrifice shall not be forgotten.
My son.
I could not stand there in silence, but when all others had forsaken us, Lord Horshaphant took us in, our beacon of hope in a world of darkness. He did his utmost to raise our spirits so that we might face our troubles with courage, with conviction, so that we might face them as knights. We must press on with our mission. Tataru, pray return to your duties at the Forgotten Knight. Let us go and speak with Sir Emmerich, Prince. I worry for his well-being. Alright, and that is a meeting that we will take a look into on the next episode. Thank you for joining me today. This is Prince Brightstar signing off. I'll catch you next time.